at my list of recent donors, and it is apparently Dracula, Satan, and Dracula again. So that's nice. That's pretty cool. Got some high rollers who watch this stream, I guess. Oh goodness. I changed a couple of things around, just in how the stream is and works. Most notably, I think, is that it's now low latency. Since I do enjoy chatting with people, I figured I should probably enable that. It's not like anybody could stream snipe me playing Castlevania, right? Right? Right. Okay, right. I also have push to talk enabled, so I need to press that so people can hear me. Alright, so yeah, this is the Calamity Mod, and I played a bunch of this, like 120 hours worth, and I think it's really cool. The thing about this mod is that it changes up a lot of stuff, and it also gives you this nice starter bag. Gives you a lot of, starting out items that make the early game a little bit faster. Gonna go ahead and activate this. So, the thing about this mod, Calamity, is that it's quite a bit harder than vanilla Terraria. I would say that it's contemporaneous with Master Mode, just less annoying. We'll never be using that. That activates like a permadeath thing, and that's awful. Don't want to do that. That chest is something I set up yesterday. That is the streamer amenity chest, as I call it. Okay, this fucking sucks. Let's use this one. So it's basically for when I inevitably fuck up and die a lot. I have some stuff in here that will help me not take 5 hours to get to where I need to be back. So, a couple things to know. Just like, housekeeping things. I believe that I'm playing on the latest version of this mod. And that version is actually still on 1.3. It's not on the Journey's End update yet. So there's a bunch of stuff that's a little bit different. Doors, for instance, no longer open automatically, and that's just annoying. Another thing that needs to be worried about in this particular version is that there's no like town biome. So in more recent versions of the game, there's like this God, this chair is noisy. I got a new chair and it's very faux leather squeaky. So we need to be careful about where we put. It's quite vulnerable, especially in hard mode, to stuff like wraiths that like to go through walls and be assholes. So we are putting this high above the ground. High above the ground. The guide seems to be having a bit of trouble, but that's fine. I will drop in to save the day and get some gel. Later on, by later on I mean like 5 minutes from now, we can just install like a little rope ladder here, but for now I'm gonna just do this. So I can easily get into my safe spot. Plunk down a chest there. Okay, so one of the big things that this mod adds is a new type of sort of class subset entirely, the rogue. The rogue throws things, mostly knives. But also sometimes bricks, when a knife isn't handy. I suppose if it's jarring, I could change it back. I don't mind. So this is our first new enemy, the Wolfram Slime. These slimes specifically carry a new material called Wolfram, and it's basically what you do when you don't want to spend 5 hours mining for iron. It's basically just a really nice starter set. Throwing bricks, maybe not the most effective thing, but it's safe. We're going to want to save our iron for other stuff. Okay, so we found the desert, which is actually a fairly important place in this mod. Like, the underground desert biome is kind of sort of the place to be early game. Like, you'll die horribly a lot, but that's fine. Probably. Unless you're playing on Iron mode. Still though, with only bricks and no armor, I'm pretty sure we shouldn't go in there just yet. Let us explore in the other direction and see if we can find a natural cave system or something. Yeah, underground desert is very dangerous in this mode, in this mod especially. This mod. Oh, I love these guys, the Wolfram drones. They're like the slimes. They always drop Wolfram. But they're also very cute and goofy. This housing is already occupied. My brick aim is exceptional. Fortunately, these have a pretty good pickup rate if you miss. Why am I doing this? There is no reason! I guess I could get a lens, and a lens would be nice. So yeah, nighttime, pretty dangerous. I got a lens. It was pretty nice. Already almost out of bricks. Precious, precious bricks! I swear to God, this is the exact same layout that my last world had. Desert to the right, snow immediately to the left. I don't know what the fuck is going on with that. Sometimes you find yourself in a bad situation. Oh Jesus, it's the zombies with the arms. These guys are more powerful than God! Alright, so we died. That's fine. Absolutely fine. I am not at all bothered by dying. Early on, you kind of just gotta use what is available to you. The whole revengeance mode thing. basically uses expert as the default, and it sort of ramps it up a little bit. A lot bit in some cases. So what we're really looking for right now... Well, first of all, what we really want is freedom from all of these zombies. Oh, that's really nice, actually. How dare. What was I saying? What we're really looking for right now is just some basic ores and most especially gemstones. Money so a merchant will move in is also appreciated. I can't make that jump. I'm so early game. I guess it's nice that we have a underground snow biome so nearby and so easily accessible, because there's a lot of valuable stuff down here, even if the area itself is a little bit terrifying. Because as you can see, we got the flurry boots. We can also get like the snowball cannon and a frozen mirror. The starter pack is nice enough to outfit us with 2 Spelunky potions. However, I think I'm gonna save them for the time... Because... Jesus Christ. I love to die. Let's just get that pressure plate out of the way. What the fuck was I even doing? Right, I'm probably not going to use it right just this instant because as you can see, I am basically made out of tissue paper. And without ice skates, just existing here is kind of dangerous. Without the added traction and maneuverability on the ice, topaz is good. We need topaz. We just kind of go sliding all over the place, and it's really not optimal. Oh no, here's an interesting new enemy. That's a gem crawler. Gem crawlers are completely passive enemies. I mean, I think they do a little bit of contact damage, but they mostly just run away, and when you kill them, they drop gems of their type. Sorry, new chair, getting used to the various squeaks and leathery noises. I don't know why it is so noisy. Stop it. Stop. Oh, bunny statue. I believe those are diamonds, and we really need diamonds. I don't think that is enough for our purposes, but it's a start. Basically, one of the mods that I have installed is like just this. And to get all that up and running, we need gemstones. Actually, this is pretty good. This is way better than what we have. Recall potions are still pretty damn useful at this stage in the game, so I'm not going to turn my nose up at it. This also gives a little bit of light. I am actually very pleased with that find. This vein of iron is actually like disconcertingly large to me. There might be an explosive trap somewhere nearby. Slush is actually fairly valuable, which is sort of a strange thing to say, but in addition to what you can do with it with an extractinator, there's a couple of recipes that require it that are pretty helpful, from what I remember anyway. Like I said, this is from 1.3. Oh, Jesus. I'm going to die. You know, sometimes... Oh, but there's a thingy down there. I can see it. I can smell it. There's another trap down there, and I can't... That guy went flying. This is slightly stupid, but I mean, it's safe. I have 18 health. I cannot afford to be picky. So here's a neat trick, in my opinion. If you pick up a pressure plate, you can see any wires that are nearby, and it just sort of tells you where the traps are. That's in vanilla. It's just something that maybe not everybody knows about. It's definitely useful in the early game, where traps just fucking destroy you. I think now would be a good time to just go back. So here is pretty much how I intend for this to go in terms of base building. Why are there so many slimes? Oh damn, the frostburn! Sorry buddy! The frostburn on this boomerang is doing work at this stage in the game. Very appreciated, very nice. I like it. Very nice. Right, so as I was saying... The way I'm gonna have things work here is that I'm gonna have like a big central, big square place for all of my stuff, and then all the NPCs are gonna live sort of like around it. That is my ambition. As I mentioned earlier... Alright, you can use that to activate death mode, which is like super punch you in the dick mode, but I'm not interested in that right now. Where'd my platforms go? My inventory is such a mess. Anyway, the music box that the game starts us off with. We can activate that to have it play some of the unique original. Alright, a merchant should move in soon enough with that. Now, something that we are curiously kind of low on right now is stone, and I need stone to make a furnace, so let's go digging. Lots of stuff is new and exciting in this wonderful, brave new world of the Calamity Mod. Like this music is very new and exciting. So is throwing bricks at people. I'm not sure how long I'm gonna go tonight. I might just go until I feel like stopping, which could be at 6 in the morning, or it could be in 20 minutes. We will see. It's probably not gonna be in 20 minutes, and it's probably not gonna be in 6 in the morning, but it could be. There we go. Walter the Merchant. Good to have you. Good to see you. Please sell me nice things. That should be enough. It is in fact enough. Now, we could make our own anvil, but generally speaking, I find that to be inferior to just buying one. It's only 50 silver. And the enemies drop enough gold on this difficulty that that's just trivial, even at this point. Alright, so immediately we can see that we have a couple of things that are interesting and new, such as the ability to create certain accessories just from the menu. So you're never in that situation where it's like, oh, I need that aglet, but I just can't find one in my world. You can just make one. It's not a big deal. You can just make it. We're also going to want a piggy bank. Even with magic storage, piggy banks are still important until quite late in the game. We need to safely store our funds. Funds are safe. I will probably have to move Brandon at some point. So here's another nice mod type thing that is installed. It's the recipe browser. You can filter by mod, by item type, by name, by tooltip. It's really quite amazing. So my first goal here is going to be creating magic storage. And we're going to need a lot more jewels for that, so it's going to take a while, but, you know, sometimes that's just how it be. Basically what magic storage does is that it gives you this master giganto chest that you can search through with, like, typing and stuff. It's just this huge quality of life improvement that I love. I'm sorry, Squirrel. There's no guide to critter coexistence in this version, so I'm probably just gonna accidentally end up killing a lot of critters, and this grieves me, but there's no way around it. Oh, that wasn't a demon eye, that was just a bird. There was probably a way around that, but I guess I am just evil. I am an evil, bloodthirsty... whatever I am. Adventurer, I guess? It's not exactly clear who or what you are in Terraria. I'm a finger? If you say so. Oh, now, there is one thing that should be noted when you're exploring underwater snow biomes in this mod. For reasons largely unknown to me, you drown much, much faster in cold water. So, little rooms like that's just water. That's scary. That could easily result in my untimely death. I think that the stated reason, from what I can remember reading on the wiki, was that they wanted to sort of simulate, like, the whole chill debuff, where, like, you need cold protection in this biome to be able to explore it completely safely. I'm gonna take a risk and use my spelunking potion. Oh, there's a chest over there. Ah! You just came out of literally nowhere. Guess I'll dig up. But I think that the developers just found the whole chill debuff to be really annoying, so they decided to do something else. I don't know. Don't ask me. I'm not a mod creator. Yet. Ever. Tin ore is largely useless, as always, but I mean, it's there. There's no reason not to get it. If we could find a blizzard in a bottle, that would be good. Or like any life crystals. I'm sort of surprised we haven't found any yet. Ow! Getting crushed by sand and silt in this mode is actually like super dangerous. You know, fair enough. I can buy that. That's my last torch. I fixed it. How's everybody doing on this fine Friday? Free crafting table, I'll take it. Take it. Ah, a blizzard in a bottle. And a free chest, too. Alright, so that has afforded us the luxury of the double jump. This makes basically everything forever better. It means we have much less to worry about in terms of falling to our death, in terms of just getting places. Gems. Jewels. Day off work is always appreciated. I say as somebody who's been unemployed for decades. Alright, well, that's sort of misleading. I'm only 28. It's technically true. We got gold in this world. We got gold. I will probably not be using this to make armor. There are better uses for gold. It might actually be faster just to dig my way out. I see you this time, buddy. So the early game of Calamity is not a whole lot different from the early game of any other Terraria playthrough. Just you kind of need a foundation. That's a slime clown car. There were just like 4 slimes in 1 slime, and that's not okay. That is a very dangerous proposition for the point of the game I am at right now. With the boomerang it might be possible, but it also might kill me. Well, I don't think that she can actually get up here. No, I don't think she can at all, actually. Okay. Let me just be a total little bitch here. Just an absolute fucker. Oh, that's another thing. Weapon proficiency. The more of a weapon type that you use, the better you get at using it. Incredible. The first couple times it happened, it completely fucking scared the shit out of me, actually. I thought I was blowing up. In this mod, most boomerangs are actually rogue weapons. But this one isn't because it's in vanilla. Die! Okay, cool. We got the gold detector. The metal detector. I suppose it also detects gold. That is a function that it has. Hey, come back here. I need my rubies. I have to get paid. The Scuttler's Jewel is an interesting, equipable thingy. It works with rogue weapons, so we are gonna want to use it, I guess. Maybe. Cosmic elementals are interesting. They have a low chance to drop a lot of different things, actually. Some of which are otherwise terribly rare. But their spawns are a little inconsistent, so... yeah. It is what it is. We have a golden coin. But I know no fear. Ooh, those are emeralds. I need emerald. we're lucky, we might be able to get a hook from this fella. Or some fella in his cohort, I guess. There is a light down there. I'm actually valuing the gemstones more because, endless greed, really. What's the point of staying alive if you're not rich? If we get enough of a certain type of gem... Oh, those are sapphires. Well, we need sapphires too, but... we can just make a hook out of them and not have to bother farming skeletons and undead warriors and shit. Might actually be getting to that point with amethysts. Now, those look like some emeralds. But the glow that, the Spelunker potion gives off can make it a little bit difficult to tell, or maybe I'm just fucking dumb. Nope, they're just more sapphires. Oh dear. Colors? I don't know. What are those? Absolutely, sapphires are good. We want those too. It's just that we can't really do anything without the emeralds. Oh, we found a marble cave. Actually, the hoplites drop useful things for rogue, like javelins. That will actually be kind of helpful. I see them! I smell them! This kind of always seems how it goes for me, even in just vanilla playthroughs. I get like a total overabundance of one type of gem, and I'm just like shit out of luck with another type, and it's annoying. I don't like it. It might be my imagination or it might not be, but in my opinion, it definitely seems like enemy spawn rates in this mode are through the damn roof. That was 64 damage. Okay. I see. I see how it is, Hoplite. I can actually just equip this. There's no reason not to. That's pretty powerful. Not really very on brand, though. Jeez. Okay, well, you know. Throwing knives don't count as ammo for some reason. Alright, how do we want to do this? Inventory management, everybody's favorite. Alright, well we don't need a fucking shitty dart trap. These things do like no damage to enemies ever. Can probably make do without 2 platforms. Gravitation potions, however, are very useful. We don't need... I could sell this, actually. Don't need 2 acorns. Glow sticks are useful. Dynamite, very useful. Still not ammo, though. Why? I think we've outgrown bricks. Pardon my intense moral calculus. Just fucking drink the mining potion. I forgot to breathe. That's why I don't like ice. You just fall through and then there's water and enemies and everything's terrible. That's probably fine. It's probably fine. It wasn't fine at all. Alright, well on the bright side, we have enough for an amethyst hook. Yeah? Hi, Walter. Everything okay? Now, you might be saying, Dazzlin, why didn't you just make better armor? Or, like, literally any armor at all? And I would say, that's a fair point, but it wouldn't have helped me there. Like, at all. It's actually kind of tragic. I think this room is big enough. Should be big enough. If it's not big enough, then... this room's too small. Of course it's too small. Once upon a time, I knew how to measure these properly. Looks ugly, but what are you gonna do? It's suitable. How the fuck did you get there? Oh, I guess this ladder is not... This ladder is unsafe. It is not secure. Well, that's fine. I have the special technology necessary to solve this problem. I don't know. Who is Madeline? Pig. We found a pig. Pigs have precisely one use, and that is to make bacon. Now this might seem strange to you, but I'm actually going to use my gold to make a gold watch. I really like being able to know what time it is. I find that to be extremely useful. I should probably catch some of these fireflies, shouldn't I? There are a lot of these things out tonight. Okay. Fireflies are good bait. Like, they're not fantastic, but they're cheap, plentiful, they work. And we will need to do some fishing in this video game. Oh boy, will we. This boomerang, I do feel fairly confident about wandering around at night, though. Worms are important. If you expect an explanation for that statement, I'm sorry. It's not gonna happen. Not now. Not yet. Alright, put the piggy in the chest. Sell this fella. You're so well off. We will probably not be using the worms that we find as bait. At this point, I'm fairly certain that we have enough fireflies to last us until basically forever. How many is this? 36. Yeah, that's a lot of fireflies. Jesus Christ. What is going on? Could always use some of those, couldn't we? Hello, hello, hello. Sorry if I'm not checking chat as quickly as I should be. I am still also getting used to the low latency thing that I turned on. Huh. He didn't want none. Alright, so we have a whole last day ahead of us here. This was a big fucking pit. And my intention is... That's safe enough. My intention is to get some more wolfram so we can actually make some armor. That's a tiny-ass desert, but okay. So it looks like we have stumbled our way into the jungle. And also a shrine. these. Okay, don't really feel like fucking around with the underground jungle at the moment. I guess it was nice to find the living wood stuff, though we didn't find a loom, oddly. Honestly, do I even feel like fucking around with the above ground jungle? I don't think I do. Love these little guys. Maybe that's not as safe as I thought. There we go. That should do it. Being very feckless with my inventory right now, and I apologize. I'm just trying to avoid putting stuff in chests for as long as I can, because that's just more of a headache later. Alright, we have quite a bit more wolfram now, so we can start actually making, you know, things. I look fantastic! I don't know what anybody is talking about. It's fine. Everything's fine. I don't have anything to put in the cosmetic slot. Help! Now, there are some new NPCs that will pop up in the mods I have installed. So, it would behoove me to be proactive about making more housing. And to actually use this functionality like a normal person. Housing should be suitable. What might we find over this way? That was not at all what I meant to do, but I guess that's gone now. Bit of impromptu excavation. It's fine. No worries. Aha. Yes. Quite. I mean, that was my fault. I should have been paying more attention. I just did not think that one of those would be quite so close to the surface. Coincidentally, that is why I will never play this game on hardcore mode, ever. No, just not gonna do it. Sorry. It's dumb. Well, you know, we got a life crystal. We got a life crystal. Silver is quite important. Again, we probably won't be making anything like combat related out of it, but it's important. Actually, we don't really have time for this. We can do this at night. God, we need to beat Skeletron as fast as humanly possible so I can get the familiar wig. This is just... No! Don't! I hate it! Well, the nice thing is there's lots of natural entrances to the underground. There's a Crimson Altar over there. Yeah, this world has Crimson. Literally every world that I have made in this game since 1.4 came out has been Crimson. Why? I don't know. I couldn't do anything about that. I am sorry, squirrel. Oh, that's weird. Cobweb on the surface. Looks like the rest of the desert can be found over this way. What's going on down there? What the hell is going on up here? What is this world, Jen? Don't need tin bars, ever. That I can ever remember in my life, I don't think I've ever needed a tin bar. Wooden boomerang is, of course, inferior to what we have equipped right now. However, it can be made into other things. Hi, hi, hello. Give me that precious wolfram. There's quite a high concentration of chests around here. These are important enough that I should probably... Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and discard the pressure plate and we can take the chest with us. Aha! The dungeon! If we tried to fight Skeleton right now, not gonna happen, actually. However, that does not mean there's nothing to do here. Ooh, money. Damn, that's a... Okay, cool. I like it. Alright, well, this is bad. It's not bad. It's not good, but it's not bad. Might actually not be a bad place to hole up and do this. It's got like a natural choke point. Oh damn, we already got a shark tooth necklace. Okay, well, I guess technically we don't have to do anything more, really. Not even trying to help. What a dickhead. I see. This is zombie-like. Damn! Please leave me alone. This was like the wrongest possible lake. What the fuck? If you can angle the boomerang correctly to like sort of go around, you can get it to hit multiple enemies, but there's so many, the angle is so awkward that I'm not sure I can do that, like, at all. So you might have seen some red orbish objects dropping. I don't have room in my inventory at the moment, and everything is terrible, so I don't have time to clean it out. Okay, nope, not right now, not right now. It will have to wait until morning to explain blood orbs. I mean, I can explain them. They're basically potion tokens, if you want to think of it that way. For 10 blood orbs and a bottle, you can make basically any tier 1 potion that you want, and for more you can make slightly better potions, and so on and so on. It is very difficult to collect these en masse until much later in the game, so I would not recommend abusing this. You should still probably, you know, grow your own shit, as it were. My hope is that we'll get a money trough at some point, but we'll see. I think the warding shark tooth necklace is probably something perfectly fine to be content with. We are still pretty early in the game, so blood moons are still a legitimate threat. We're almost done, though. Almost. I guess I should explain the donation bar. I have been, very cagey with spending the money that I got from the last marathon because, well, we live in hell, and I'm not sure if I'm ever going to get that much again from any source, ever. So, I don't really need anything right now. However, if you do want to donate something, you could, if you so desired, in the donation message, tell me if you wanted me to do something in particular. And given that you would be putting money behind it, I would probably have to consider it. Within reason. Oh, that's actually good, I think. If I had room in my inventory for it, that would be good. Go away, shoddy squirrel staff. So yeah, this is the bouncing eyeball. It is our first rogue dedicated weapon. And, you know, it's an eyeball. It bounces. It also has auto fire, like most of the weapons in the mod do, which is nice for my fingers.
Anything you say? Well then say something nice about me. And then something nice about yourself.
Okay, I can do that.
Ook ook ook.
Well, that one's a little bit more difficult to interpret. Alright, one at a time. Catherine is a very good friend who likes to watch my streams a lot and says nice things, and I appreciate that a whole darn lot. And as for me, I'm $25 richer. That's pretty nice. It's hard to tell in the light, but I look completely fucking awesome. And by that I mean, oh my god. Do walrus? I thought that was more of a monkey thing, but I mean, you are the walrus, cuckoo-ca-choo. So I will take your word for it. Okay, so we got the old bouncing eyeball. Knockback is much stronger during a blood moon. I guess that maybe saved our butts, because I found it during a blood moon. So, okay, you got me. These are not technically knives, but I'm throwing things, and there's infinite amounts of them. Yeah, through all that we only got 8 blood orbs, which is not enough to make anything. So it's definitely something that early on you don't want to, it's not something that you want to use frivolously. It's probably not just you. This microphone is terrible. I have a new one in the mail. It's coming, I swear. There will be no more feedback. It will be nice. I promise. This world is laid out very strange. Oh, that's something we don't want to fuck with ever. Well, not ever, but not for a while. I think I might be unintentionally fucking with it. The Star-Lord mask is just what I have. It's ugly and awful, but it's not like I have a cosmetic item at this point in time. The dungeon is usually much closer to the edge of the world than this. I am a little bit perturbed. Alright, this is our first new biome, the sulfurous sea. There's not a whole lot we can do with it right now because the water will eat through our flesh and bones. But it's there. Oh yeah, this is the Wolfram mask. It's from a mod, so you've probably never seen it before. It's very indie. I don't expect you to know about it. Not sure if I have enough Wolfram. I do not have enough Wolfram to make the chest piece. I'm stuck with this dumb raincoat. Missing one! One! I said something totally nice about myself. I'm $25 richer. Also, I just caught that worm. Having money is totally self-care. I guess what I will say is that, I'm doing this instead of just laying on my bed and feeling terrible. Alright, that is more than enough Wolfram. I counted. Spear is kinda whatever. It's not even a material. Why would I care? You kinda gotta, you know, take the small victories where you can find them. This is a very silly weapon, and I think I like it a lot. I look like the Raincoat Killer's stupid cousin. This is unacceptable. I am in fact throwing eyeballs, and there's nothing that anybody can do to stop me. I fucking invite you to try. Not an awful lot that we can do in the jungle at the moment. But there's a heart piece. jungle bats are the worst. You can barely see them. I've decided that I hate it here and I'm going home. Okay, we finally we finally had the full Wolfram set, and that means we now have access to rogue shit. Let's take a look at the set bonus. Basically, rogue stealth builds while not attacking, and slower while moving up to a maximum of 50. Once you have built max stealth, you will be able to perform a stealth strike. Rogue stealth only reduces when you attack, it does not reduce while moving. The higher your rogue stealth, the higher your rogue damage, crit, and movement speed. This is all mod stuff. So, let's try it out. Who can I throw an eyeball at? They're all afraid of me. Okay. Sure. Okay, so if you look very carefully as this thing fucking goes insane, that's actually an eyeball with a mouth, like the Eye of Cthulhu. Nice touch. It's a little easier to see when I do that. Okay, well that was... I probably found that too funny for my own good. Don't need these right now. Sort the old inventory out. I think I will take this opportunity to add some more rooms for when people eventually start coming in again. But yeah, a lot of love and care was put into the Calamity mod, and it's not perfect. I have some criticism. I think overall it's really fantastic, and I would recommend it if you are interested in all in trying it out. It's like Terraria, but there's more of it. Should be noted though, nothing about patch 1.4 in there yet. That will probably take some time. I still look kind of like an idiot, but you know, what can you do? Nothing. Nothing until the clothier comes. These probably aren't optimally sized. I'm really bad at eyeballing it, and I always have been, even though I've played this game for like 500 hours. But it's fine. Why would I care about shit like that? So the good news is, we don't have enough health yet for the Eye of Cthulhu to start harassing us. The bad news is, that would be kind of good, because some stuff happens once you beat the Eye of Cthulhu that's useful. Since we have some extra Wolfram... It's fucking broken, Jesus. Never mind. Since we have some extra silver... Just gonna go ahead and make a silver pickaxe. That will speed things along, I do believe. But what we really want to do with the old Wolfram is probably make some Wolfram knives. And now we're gonna head for the underground desert, because there's some good shit down there. Should probably stick to the eyeball for now, because, you know, doesn't have ammo. Does mostly equivalent damage, probably more given that it bounces around. This is mostly for, like, big enemies. So goofy, I love it! Sand is, as always, useful because you need sand for glass and you need glass for bottles. And, you'll be chugging potions like a motherfucker in this mod. Actually. So much so that I installed another mod to sort of help with that, because, you know, streaming means I'm less inclined to spend 5 hours grinding. Just because I died to a boss too much like an idiot. It'll happen. It'll absolutely happen. On that you may rely. Alright, so now we have to deal with the antlions. You know, they're maybe a little bit strong for where they are in the game. And this one is electrified. We need those Stormlion Mandibles, they're important. That's a new mod enemy, by the way. Yeah, fuck him up! Fuck him up, eyeball! Oh god. The antlion charges are probably the most dangerous. They're pretty beefy. We have not yet run into the enemy that I really want to run into yet, though. There he is! The Nidorion. He's not so bad, but he's kinda bad. Like, he's absolutely much worse if you just sit there and let him kill you. Something just happened, and my stream is not telling me what it was, so... Oh, hi, Jeff. Thank you for the sub. Sorry, I'm a little discombobulated. So, anyway, a bunch of shit just happened at once, as it is wont to do. From the Nidorions, we get victory shards, which are the ingredient to an important sort of... How would I even say it? It's like a transitionary step of armor. It's good to have. The name kind of confounds me because, so okay, in the classical sciences of biology and zoology, but that is not a sea jelly in any sense of the word. It's also not spelled right, so I have no idea. Hi, Solnar. So there's something that you must know about these Nidorians if you're going to go hunting them, and that is they cheat. Blocks are no impediment to them. they can sort of swim through blocks. And they like to do that to drop on top of your head. It's an extremely interesting, and by interesting I mean obnoxious, method of defending oneself, but if it works, it works. I think Terraria is only like $5 right now. If you have $5 to spare, you should try it. There are many things about Terraria that I like, and one of the more salient ones these days is that it doesn't take up very much room on my computer. Could you... I'm trying to get some gold here. Could you not? Alright, this is going well-ish so far. Happy to find gold. Can make many useful things out of gold. We do not currently have a pickaxe that can mine the sturdy fossils. Games are too big. I'm gonna say that right fucking now. Games are too fucking big. There is no reason whatsoever for games to be this big. Just completely unnecessarily large. I have heard good things about Tales of Berseria. If it's 75% off, I might just buy it. Fucking Steam sales. I don't know, I think there's a reason for games. I just don't think that there's a reason for games to be like 200 gigabytes in size. I'm looking at you, Final Fantasy 15. Well, I mean, you know, that's her prerogative if she wants to be horny on main. I can hear antlions all around me, but I have seen like none of them in 5 minutes, and it's getting a little bit disconcerting. I see, antlion clown car. I don't know why, but they just love, the enemies love to do that to me. They're just devious. They're devious motherfuckers. Ow. That is the tomb crawler, if I am not mistaken. If you are lucky, you can get an extremely powerful, at least for this point in the game, weapon. The Burnt Sienna. And it does like 3 times as much damage as anything else that's available. The only problem is that, you know, tomb crawlers, kind of tough. A little bit difficult. We have a couple of objectives while we're down here. The first and most important one, I think, is to find more enemies with unpronounceable names and get victory shards. The Architect is a new NPC from the AlchemistNPClite mod that I'm using. which is basically really nice quality of, god damn it, quality of life improvements. Derp. The architect basically sells build blocks. And I very much appreciate the opportunity to just, you know, buy that shit instead of going out and destroying an entire cave system myself. Definitely want Storm Lion mandibles too. Amber Crawler! Amber is very rare in this mod, so I absolutely want some. Alright, well we found an extractinator, so that's really good. Band of Regeneration is not bad by any stretch. You see what I'm talking about? You see how these motherfuckers cheat? How was I even supposed to not get owned there? Come on. Be fair. Be fair to me. Your good friend. That's just how it is on this bitch of an earth. Desert feathers are a new crafting material that you can use to make some stuff. Like, the dust storm in the bottle. Well, I mean, that's just kind of this mod, the experience. It's fine. There's no real penalty for dying. At least not at this point. This was such a bad idea. What if we could see? Well, you see, my first Tales game, was Synthonia, and the protagonist of that particular game, you know, if you don't have anything nice to say. I don't have any ill will towards Lloyd Irving, but he is very dumb. He tries his best. Oh, mandible claws, that's a unique drop. always remember Dwarven Vow number 7. Alright, we are getting to where we died. I believe that all of our money is gone, because the big giant butthole picked it up, and probably despawned in the amount of time that to get over here. So, yeah. It's fine. It's not a big deal. 20 gold is actually nothing in the scheme of things, even for this stage of the game. I think Tales of Symphonia was a very good video game, for the most part. I think that it was maybe a little bit too derivative of Final Fantasy X, but given the era in which it was made, it's probably okay. We got some of our gold back. Okay, let's try this again. Not using javelins at the moment, so let's just go ahead and put the Band of Regen on. Get the precious Extractinator, which was guarded by the most hideous beast of all. I think, in the end, I like Lloyd. Sometimes you're just fucking dumb, and that's okay. This is useful. The invisibility potion is now more than just a novelty. It actually has some applications while you are a rogue. So I guess I should probably take these along. Don't you fucking dare, you piece of garbage. That's right. Why is there another one? Go away. Why does this have to be this way? Okay, I'm probably gonna die now that I got all that money, but it's probably fine. Alright, we have made it to another new biome, the Sunken Sea. It is always below the antlion nest, from what I understand anyway. There is nothing we can do there at the moment, though. We don't have the necessary things to so much as interact with the navy stone that surrounds it. Things must be done first. Very nice music, though. Very relaxing. And if my eyes do not deceive me, there is a crystal in there. Though that will put us over the edge for the Eye of Cthulhu. How prepared am I for that eventuality? I'm probably prepared. Enchanted boomerang. I am probably prepared. It's the bone sword. I have literally no interest in the bone sword. I guess there is a way in here, but actually notable things don't start happening in this biome until a certain thing is done. This leads to the underground. Oh, these are emeralds. Not quite enough to do what we need to, but enough to be noteworthy. So, interesting fact. Those cosmic elementals will confuse you on hit. So I sort of went in the direction I didn't want to go, and I wouldn't recommend that. Listen, it's fine. In the end, is that really anything but a free trip home? Don't think so. I don't think it's anything else than that. There's the engineer. He's got his hard hat. Thinking about practical problems. See, I could buy any sort of block that my heart desired unless it was wood, in which case, fuck me, I guess. No, for that, I would have to change the shops. Wood for 5 copper. Sounds great. Like I said, it's just quality of life stuff. Some terrible act of violence was just committed, but I was paying attention to doors. I think this is too small. I think this is too big, but who cares? Housing is suitable. Why am I going to make a room out of ice? Because it's what I have. If you think that you can stop me, I invite you to try. I need to save the wood for this stuff. Hi, Squares. Nice to see you. Alright, that should be enough for now. Let me make sure I didn't violate some arcane housing rule. A bit suitable, even though it's cold. Alright, once more into the breach. Actually, no. Not yet. Something we gotta do first. Be responsible, reap trees. become very baffled later as to why they're not growing back in the numbers that they started out in. Bunny, please move. Some of these will grow. Alright, so we are on the cusp, the very cusp of a couple of important breakpoints. And in recognition of that, it's time to prepare an arena. Now you might say, why are you building this above your house? Won't all the NPCs die? And I say, maybe, but that's a risk I'm willing to take, and I'm also building it out over this way. So don't worry about it, it's fine. The eye could come for us at any time, and we must be ready. Or slime could start raining from the sky, but I'm not especially worried about Mr. Slime King. I am a ranged character. I do not have all that much to fear from him. Sky bridges are just kind of useful in general because they catch falling stars and they're nice and straight and you don't have to jump around. So this will pay dividends in my opinion. It is maybe not the most scintillating thing to watch. I might, depending on how much I want to do this, I might do some of this off camera, just because, you know, there's not so much you can talk about when you're just laying down a million different bits of wood platform. I don't think it will. It's never happened to me before. But it's... I think like I don't think that meteors can make blocks. They can only convert blocks, I'm pretty sure. So if one like landed right here, it couldn't just make a bunch of blocks. I think it would have to follow its pattern algorithm and go down here. Let me shorten this answer and say you're asking the wrong person. I'm an idiot. I know literally nothing about anything. Meteors can be fiddly little bastards. I've gotten like a couple worlds in a row here where the meteor has landed at the top of a living tree. Very strange indeed. What I would really like to have happen would be to have some more of those Nidarians spawn. so I can get some more victory shards. There are other ways to get victory shards, of course, but this is one of the easier ones. Now, you might have noticed these two bars, and I will explain them when they become relevant. I could just explain them now, but what would the fun in that be? There's an art to this. I'm getting kicked around. Oh, I got that weapon I was talking about, the Burnt Sienna. 35 melee damage. Causes enemies to erupt into healing projectiles on death. I'll just drink a potion. All that I would say about that is that while the 35 damage is good on its face, I think the healing projectiles might be bugged. Why is this my life? You absolute bastard! Not even close, baby. Nope! Fuck that! Keep misplacing my platforms. That is good news. I could always use the moral support of Esme. Hey, turn the music back on. Turn the music back on. I knew I had another victory shard somewhere around here, but... I am a dipshit and I don't keep track of these things, and that's why I install mods like Magic Storage. So with victory shards and some assorted seaside items, we can make Victide bars. Such as the Seashell Boomerang. Magic Storage is basically life-changing. It just takes a little bit to get it off the ground. I do eventually want to make the crystalline, but I also need diamonds for magic storage, so hopefully we can find some more. Probably not in the underground desert, though. I think we'd have to go further, just normal underground, to find those. This is probably better for single targets than the eye, because you can just sort of spam them out. But the eye does do really well in these enclosed spaces. If you can get it through the little gaps. It's fine. Everything's fine. I think what I'm gonna do is, I'm gonna go see if there's any gold to be picked up from one of my many spots of dying, and if that is in the negative, or if I do get there and I just do the... Look, words are very hard, especially when you're dumb. Why the fuck are you here again? Well, aren't you just the most welcome of guests? I am probably fucking dead. I actually hate this. Could you, like, ever stop spawning? Foul beast! Oh, it's a diamond. That's certainly one way to realize there's a Nigerian around. Good night, Catherine. This is where you want to fight the Nigerians if you can. It also helps to remember that you don't have wings equipped. Well, I guess we're just having a party down there, huh? The mandible bow is actually a pretty damn good bow if you're into that sort of thing. It's just 10. Beware of falling antlions. Beware of flying antlions. I honestly should have made myself another spelunking potion. Hello. Seems good. Well, whatever I just threw. If I'm not mistaken, those appear to be glowing purple scorpions. Statues are still kind of useful in this current patch, so I think I'll pick one up. Yeah, I could probably make room for the iron bars. More useful. If there's anything worse in Terraria than that noise that digging enemies make, I've yet to find it. So if you do try this mod out for yourself, which I would recommend if you like Terraria and maybe you want something new to do with it, it should be noted that it's a bit of a slow burn to start. That's just kind of Terraria in general, so... I personally think it's kind of charming that it takes a little while to ramp up. But if you've played it a billion times, then maybe it can get annoying. Stormjaw Staff summons little storm antlions to fight for you. It's pretty good. But I don't really like summoning in this game that much, especially not this mod. There's a bunch of weird, like, nerfs that they applied to it. Let me think. I don't think I saw this chest before. Oh, just... Well, actually, the Spelunker's Potion is actually a pretty big deal. Don't really need another pair of Hermes boots, though. Free anvil, if you're into that sort of thing. I'm gonna try and split off into the caves proper here. My never-ending quest for gemstone. I believe this is where we last died. Starting to lose track a little. Hate you. Mouse. This probably looks dumb since I do have a potion ticking, but I sort of know what I'm doing, maybe, a little. Oh yeah, thanks for tuning in. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I will try and actually not lose my entire brain forever and actually upload these VODs. I can't make any guarantees because I'm actually the dumbest bitch on earth, but I will try. An attempt will be made. Don't know if these are emeralds or sapphires. Be nice if they were emeralds, but they're sapphires. Given that I'm tossing around eyeballs and scorpions, I'm not sure I'm so much of a rogue as I am some sort of mad alchemist. You're now forced to reckon with the annoying properties of cold water. Fortunately, there was a chest over here. I'm sure if it is below or to the side. I sort of forgot. Memory of a goldfish. Oh, well, we did find a spider lair. I'm sure everybody's just fucking thrilled with that. Breathing reed, right? Suspicious looking eye I will take, though. Another for my collection! Let me see if I can find the hairstylist. There she is. The stylist isn't the most useful of NPCs, but it's nice to have her. Nobody can see my gorgeous locks right now. For a spider's lair, there are suspiciously few spiders. I guess it's a scorpion lair now. There's honestly not much point to spiders pre-hard mode. You basically, you find the stylus and maybe like the special spider grappling hook, and that's about it. just want some emeralds. Like, all we need, literally all we need are 2 more emeralds and we can get started with magic storage and my life becomes immeasurably easier. Immeasurably. Do get some sleep. Slime statue is actually pretty useful. Slimes drop gelatin, and gelatin is useful. Ergo, slime statue, useful. Rest of these, not so much. And say hello to Cruise Chaser for me. I've got topaz and amethyst up the butt, but nothing else. Come on! Give me a break here! Have you ever seen so many bats? Alright, well my head is just barely above water, so we're safe for the time being. Diamond crawler. I should be better about putting my shit away. Alright, I don't need this much rope. I was looking at chat and I ran right into the emerald crawler that I so desperately need. Alright, it's time. It's time for the Eye of Cthulhu, I guess. Well, either way, we need to go back. What do I want to use for this guy? I think eyeball against eyeball is actually the play. The boomerang might be good too. I think it actually will do a little bit more DPS against a single big target. There are no guarantees that I won't die here, because the Eye of Cthulhu in Calamity Revengeance mode... You know. Alright, so you might notice that, green bar up there is filling up. That's my adrenaline meter. And that fills up by not getting hit. Which I'm totally failing at the moment. I was slain. Bosses in this game are tough. I think I need a longer arena. Better lit arena would also be good. Anyway, when the adrenaline bar fills up, you can hit the hotkey, and, you will temporarily do, like, a butt-ton more damage. It's kind of integral to doing much of anything in boss fights in this game, but I fucked it up real bad. This will be useful for another boss anyway, so there's no reason not to. So the thing that got me there is that I got really into my old boss fighting instincts from when I was playing this game earlier. And those instincts assumed that I had a dash button when I didn't. So, that didn't go very well for me at all. Did you know that being able to instantaneously speed up to maximum velocity is really useful? It is. Absolutely is. Just, you know, in case you didn't believe me. Alright, but enough of that crap. We got shit to do. Should probably be picking up these stars, shouldn't I? Blip. Soon, all of our woes will be a thing of the past. This is probably an exaggeration. Find where I put my other emeralds. Okay, let's get this going. First thing we need to do is get some fucking wood. Alright, wood has been attained. Now we want to make some storage components. Now, finally, miracle of miracles, we can make the storage heart. It's in the way, so I'm gonna move it. We can also make the storage access. The chest is in the way. Damn it. I can reach it. It's fine. It's no problem. Alright, so we have the bare basics. We just need one more thing, and that is a storage unit. It's pretty easy to make. You need a storage component, a chest, and a silver bar. 10 silver bars. I know I had them somewhere. And voila! We now have working magic storage. Currently, we can only store 40 items, but rest assured that number will go up. So gonna want this. I know I put my damn bottle somewhere. That's why this mod is so good. It's perfect for idiot dipshits like me who can't remember anything. Alright, now we're at 40 out of 40, so if we wanted to put more in here, we would need to make more storage space, which I fully intend to do. Just need to find some silver first. But basically what this all does is that it puts all of your shit in a centralized place, and it lets you connect a crafting module to it, so you can just go in, search for what you want to take out or build, and then you can just fucking do it. You can just do it. Perpetually in need of wood. Seems like everything. Now, this is kind of why I wanted this entire level to myself. I guess the stylist can live here for some reason, but basically you need, until later on when you can upgrade these things, which is obviously something you can do, obviously, come on, you need a lot of space to put all the stuff in it. That's the good shit. That's magic storage, baby. Putting storage inside the storage, and you cannot stop me. This doesn't count as water? This counts as water. I'm a genius. Like I said, we gonna need those potions. The Eye of Cthulhu was that difficult. I mean, that's mostly on me, truth be told. We might need some of this shit, you know? Iron skin and regen definitely would have come in handy there. Alright, that's basically the big thing out of the way. All that really remains finish your thought, Dazzlin. All that really remains is to fight Slime King, Eye Cthulhu, and another boss-type character who might be unfamiliar. We can summon Slime King whenever we want, more or less. And we can also do that with the Eye of Cthulhu now. I really shouldn't use my iron frivolously like that. I will just chop down some more trees. Pretty soon I'm gonna start building up in the bigger main chamber where I do all of the things. I will wait and see if I get... I don't ever think it'll happen 2 nights in a row, but it might. I'll wait and see if I get a message about an evil presence watching me. If not, I will use my eye. Legitimately can't remember if you can make platforms out of cactus or not. No, but you can make a workbench. I think my real problem against that boss is that I'm not using knives. Just haven't found any good ones yet. That'll change. It'll change. Aha! I see. Okay. We already had one of these. But I want a money trough, so I guess this is what we're doing. Make some endurance potions. Alright, these have more knockback during blood moons. Now this is true in vanilla Terraria as well, but it's really, really super duper worth noting that banners in expert mode are extremely fucking powerful. Like, almost ludicrously so. Especially defensively, which you might not think of at first. Unfortunately, since it's raining, not very many regular zombies are actually spawning. to my ingenious construction, and by ingenious I mean what everybody who's ever played this game pre 1.4 has done, and that is built my shit off the ground. My NPCs are almost entirely safe. Almost. There's one weak point up at the top that we just saw. Probably be fixed with something, but I'm too lazy. They can deal with the occasional zombie, it's fine. I have a banner. I think it affects them too. Give me a money trough. I got a money trough. Okay, I don't really want to do 4 more hours of this. But where would I go? Guess we'll just camp out here. Maybe get some more banners. Don't know how that zombie got down there. Visibility is fake. Doesn't exist. Did you know that there are people who have beaten this game by now? Of course, they were using hells of exploits, but, I mean, still, I could be going faster. I could stand to speed things up just a tiny, tiny bit. Listen to the relaxing music and the sound of zombies dying and scorpions bouncing around. It's really just ASMR. Hi everyone, we're gonna be playing some Calamity today. I don't even think this microphone is good enough to do ASMR. That's nice. We got ourselves a Demon Eye banner. No, it's not working. The urge to be a shrill, excitable bitch is just way too strong. I don't have an indoor voice. Shackle, we will maybe need one of those at some point. Surprised I haven't gotten one yet. Genuinely. This is just annoying me. So, the goodie bag that we got at the very, very start gives us a free slime crown, with which to summon the Slime King. Maybe against an easier boss I can better demonstrate some of the unique mechanics of this mod. Didn't really want him to spawn on that side. Fine. No problem. Alright, so my green gauge is filling up slowly. Gets faster later when you find, like, upgrades and stuff. I think I want these because of the piercing. They help take care of the little slimes. Go! It's adrenaline time! Oh, this is a pretty big chunk. A new thing about this mod in Revengeance mode in particular is that Jewel shooting lasers. It's a little bit of a non sequitur, but it's, you know. This boss does not do a whole lot otherwise, so I'm not gonna complain. The world is my platform. Okay, that's the Slime King. Didn't even die. We got a couple of things for that. Including one thing I didn't have inventory space to pick up, because fuck this game. Alright, so that is a lore item. Only a fool could be caught by this pitiful excuse for a hunter. Unfortunately, our world has no shortage of those. Yeah, rub it in. Okay, place in your inventory to gain a slight movement speed and jump boost. However, your defense is slightly reduced due to your gelatinous body. They're basic. Some of them are passive buffs that give you sort of like trade-offs. Some of them are just flavor text. I guess I'll keep this with me for the time being. Going fast is nice, and I don't think the defense penalty is that bad. It's 3. Who cares? We also got some Magnum rounds, which is another unique mechanic to this mod. There are limited use weapons and items in this game. I don't need this mini raincoat. That can be used. If you're struggling with a boss, but you need to make the weapon first. In this case, the Magnum. It's very Resident Evil-esque, and I kind of like it. How is chat doing? How's everybody doing? I'm currently wondering why a traveling merchant has yet to show up at all. That's a little strange. Usually I get 1 or 2 by now. Oh, right, we should probably open the treasure bag. Alright, so for our troubles, we get a slime gun, the slimy saddle, boing, and some ninja shit. As well as the solidifier, which is useful in a couple of different recipes, aside from just like slime vanity crafting. So I'll go ahead and put that in there for now. And of course we have the royal gel, which makes slimes friendly. I've never really been that big of a fan of this. Like, you need to kill a lot of slimes so you can get gelatin. Gelatin is needful. Drop. It boosts the effect of life regen even while under the effects of a damaging debuff. It's very situationally useful. Very situationally useful. I love to level random classes in FF14, except I level all of mine to 80, so I can't do that anymore. I should pace myself and not do it like the first 2 months after an expansion comes out. So the thing about the slimy saddle is that it has very poor horizontal movement, but the vertical movement is, as you can see, sort of ridiculous. ridiculous enough that if you double jump, you will take fall damage. There are also a couple of neat tricks you can do against enemies, like bounce on them. This is somewhat prohibitive against enemies that like to move around. Which is, you know, most of them, but it's fun. You know, I think we put it off for long enough. Gonna make a fishing rod. Rip. Peace. Now, of course, I need to find a spot where I can, you know, fish, but... Down there is an option, but I hate it. Slime the squirrel. Right in front... The deadly zombie lake is an option, I guess. I really need to find, like, an underground pool, though. That's not in a specialized biome. You need those cave fishies. Am I just gonna have to execute strategy, dig the fuck down? I think we are. Okay. We will see if the Eye of Cthulhu visits us on this day. But in the meantime, I'm gonna drink a mining potion to help this go a little bit faster. The wand of sparking is not the worst. Oops, I just killed that worm for no reason. The worm. But we're not a magic character, we're a throw things character, and those things include boomerangs, eyeballs, knives. Probably things yet stranger. Since I have the grappling hook and also the slime mount, there's no penalty to doing this. I can just grapple my way up. basically I know that there's like the start of a natural cavern down here somewhere. So I'm just kind of digging until I get there. Huh. Well, I mean... This is sort of what I was looking for? The way, like, fishing holes work in this game is a little strange. It's slightly strange. This might be enough water to fish successfully, it might not be. I'm still getting used to the fact that I can use push to talk on this stream, not using a controller. I think, from what I remember reading about this, is that you want it to be wider as opposed to deeper. I am very possibly wrong on this, of course. Really not much we can do except, you know, give it a try. Alright, alright, alright. We got ourselves a specular fish. That's not super useful, but it's a thing. Ah, right. Fishing pre-reinforced string. Everybody's favorite. Oh, damn it. Do I still have time? I have time. Well, we'll get back to this. Ninja climbing technique number 7. I might regret this, I might not, who knows. Literally no acceleration, and it sucks. Gah! That's really annoying. So the irony of ironies here is that the item that the Eye of Cthulhu drops is really useful for killing the Eye of Cthulhu. Alright, well, back to fishing, I guess. Back. The true Terraria experience. Honestly, the eye is a pretty big hump. At least that's what I have found. I'm pretty sure that there's a boss we're supposed to fight technically beforehand, in terms of overall mod progression. Great. Well, on the bright side, we can use the bass to cook food, and food is pretty useful. Come on, just one cave fish for me? No. Just a tin can. The iron crate is not bad, though. Those have useful things within. Spadefish. Can't remember if that's any good or not. It's probably better than an old shoe. It's very fast. Maybe I could sell it. I think for boss fights I should take off the key thing. Well, this is just obnoxious. My fishing power is too low. 80 out of 80. Great. Okay. Precious slime gun goes in the piggy bank. Guess I'll put the jewel there too. Now, I don't remember what the exact breakpoint for it is, but no kidding. Eventually, the merchant will start selling bait items, so you don't have to always go hunting for worms. It's nice. It's so nice to be able to just buy platforms. Alright, so our next task, more or less, is going to be flattening the desert. Honey, it's time for your 4 p.m. desert flattening! This serves the dual purpose of getting me a lot of sand for bottles. Right, I think I'm gonna compromise a little tiny bit. And go up a little. Not too much. I need to make sure that is something I can run along more or less contiguously. Fortunately, you can run up and down one block height. One block height Why word hard? One block height differences can be run up and down without an issue. The nice thing about sand is that it falls down, so mining it all out like this doesn't take that long. The brick layer is useful enough that I think I'm gonna go ahead and just buy it. Word hard, make big sad. I totally fucking agree. If words are more than 2 syllables, get the fuck out. Trying to decide how much of this I really want to go all the way with flattening. Were I just playing on my own, I might take the time to do the entire damn thing. But I'm not. I'm streaming, and hitting sand with a pickaxe for 10 minutes is probably not what anybody wants to watch. So, let's just, I feel like we've flattened out a pretty good area here. We're not even going to spend that much time on it if all goes well. Basically, the next boss we're gonna fight is gonna be in the desert. And it's one of those bosses that has an annoying enrage condition, wherein if you leave the desert it becomes invulnerable. Okay, it looks like we will be fine with this setup. We have plenty of room to move around if we need to. Oh, that's right, we need to use a fucking demon altar. If only... if only you could pick those up and move them around. That's one, right? Yeah, Crimson Altar, okay. That's probably the closest. We'll take some lenses along too, just so we can be efficient. Not have to make more than one trip if we don't have to. Efficiency, yeah, that's definitely the name of the game on this channel. The hell? Well, that makes negative sense. But, whatever, if it's there, it's there. Now we have delicious cooked fish. Which I should probably, you know, fucking eat. Part of the problem, I think, with starting a new thing in Terraria... Ow. Is that especially if you're coming off of another character, especially one you've just, like, beaten the game with, going back to the very start in terms of mobility and what you can do is really rough. Because in this game, mobility stuff is not actually for traversal. Like, it's helpful for that, but the real shit is not getting hit by bosses. Build a couple of these. Two of these. Throw that away. I kinda, oh god, I'm gonna die. Nope, I'm fine, 16 health, everything's cool. Let me just, make sure that doesn't happen again. Completely lost my train of thought, sorry about that. Could definitely use some more silver. Kinda need some more storage space already. It'll get better with time when we can get some upgrades going. Alright, maybe that took a little while, but that's fine. The mighty shackle. This literally does more. That's actually really funny. Well, that's warding, actually. Alright, well, we got the boss summoning item. Okay, well, if he's just gonna fucking come and get me, I guess I gotta fight him. I have food and I have buffs. Can't wait to make a fool out of myself again. This is gonna sound super lame, and I apologize, but the noises that the Eye of Cthulhu makes when it goes into its super dashy mode actually kind of freak me out. Like, they're not scary, they're just really abrasive in a way that my ears do not like. Thank you, zombie, I appreciate that a lot. I think the boomerangs are definitely doing more. I was almost out of potion, too. That's disappointing. Okay, whatever. This happened to me my first run, too. I just got bodied over and over again by the Eye of Cthulhu. Because he's just so strong. There are a couple of avenues that are open to us at the moment. We could try and find some more life crystals. But I think I have a better idea. I'm pretty sure that I can beat the desert boss at my current level of power. And if I can't, I can't. And that's just something I'll have to live with. Or not live with, as the case may be. Time of day does not matter, from what I recall. So this is the Desert Scourge. It's a big wormy man. He's honestly not very hard. So much for adrenaline. Defeating the Desert Scourge, Jesus Christ, leave me alone. Will enable sandstorms. The sandstorms are kind of whatever if you're not in hard mode. I just want to place a banner. So let's not be in the sandstorm anymore for a hot second. The other thing that defeating the Desert Scourge does is that you can now more freely explore what's going on down in the sunken sea, if that's something you're into. The great sea worm appears to have survived the extreme heat and has even adapted to it. What used to be a majestic beast swimming through the water has now become a dried up and gluttonous husk, constantly on a voracious search for its next meal. Same. It happens, you know. It gives us more defense in the desert and the sunken sea, but less attack, so fuck that. So here's an interesting sort of thing. Oh, that's nice. It's actually real nice. It's real damn nice. Is that the Desert Scourge will actually drop angler stuff if you don't want to deal with bullshit, basically. It is the, you can just kill me if you don't want to go do errands for the fishman. Gonna sell the weapons I can't use, though. I mean, I can use them, I just don't want to. Also of note is that he will drop The hard ocean, well, just the ocean crest. Hard is random. It lets you breathe underwater. It's pretty nice. It doesn't do anything aside from that, so it's kind of prohibitive to just use all the time, but it's nice. So, the thing about the Desert Scourge is that he drops all the fixings to make Victide bars, so we can upgrade our armor a little bit. I don't actually know why I just did that. This'll do for now. Might be useful. I'm just checking to see what I can do. Sorry. I believe that the Desert Scourge actually drops a pretty good rogue weapon. And given how that was fairly trivial, I think it might behoove us to do that a couple more times. Maybe get something nice fishing-wise. In addition to just having better overall defense and protection and what have you, we get a set bonus that increases our capabilities while submerged in liquid. And you have a 10% chance to throw a returning seashell projectile when you use any weapon. Any weapon. It's still going on. I hate this. Oh, whatever. can't actually blame that on the sandstorm. I was just being bad. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've never been bad at video games in my entire life. I don't know. It feels pretty even given the piercing. Listen, I'm just... Fuck off, Slime. I'm just so happy to have a boss I can actually beat. I'm just gonna fight that one for a while, okay? No longer in desert means can't hurt man. Not quite sure what to make of it when he just comes at you like that at the beginning. It's a little strange. The limitation of this boss, as you might have noticed, is that without blocks to swim through, he is not very good at doing much of anything. Like, he can very occasionally get aggressive and dive at you, but it doesn't happen very often. Where's this damn treasure bag? It's in the fucking sand. Disgraceful. Oh, believe me, there are some worms that do not have any such weakness. Well, that sucks. He's getting tired of me farming him. Just enough of that bullshit, thank you. I'm more proficient. Alright, that's 4 treasure bags. I've made more progress than 10 seconds since the last time you were in here, but, not that much, honestly. Video games are hard. Do you ever just not give a fuck? This is actually pretty good for the rogue types, I think. But I'm also kind of running out of equipment slots, so I'll think about it. Another one of these. Another one. It's warding, so I'll take it. Oh, thank Christ in heaven. That's the good shit. Alright, it's time to go ahead and use fucking vanity slots as extra inventory, because that's where we're at right about now. That's good. I think that's also a rare variant. This is what I was looking for, Desert Scourge. Well, Menacing is unquestionably the best for one of those, so... Maybe I should have given more of a fuck. Help! I have no inventory space and I must scream. Alright, nimble is better than not. Alright, time to sell some shit, I guess. Actually, I think I need that. Don't need this. I think I have like 5 of these. So yeah, from fighting Desert Scourge, I got a lot of useful fishing things without ever having even recruited the fisher. The fuck am... there I am, okay. Losing my fucking mind. Just nonsensibly big. Okay, we have 2 free rooms. but I think it's time to actually expand on this. Why so big, you ask? I don't honestly know. Sometimes a girl just wants some space to herself. This will become something, eventually. Alright, the Eye of Cthulhu is nowhere to be found tonight, so... Zombie just fell from the sky. The wages of having a sky bridge, I guess. We need to start exploring some more for, like, you know, caverns and things. Oops, didn't mean to drink that crate potion, but it's probably fine. You know, I probably... This was foolish of me. Alright, that should be plenty of... Victide bars for the time being. We want the Great Bay pickaxe. Where did it go? There it went. It went to my hotbar, like it should have. And the Reef Claw ham axe. It's dangerous. I hate when the music skips like that, it gives me a heart attack. But yeah, I just wanted to upgrade my equipment a little bit before I went, you know. Pig! Come in with me, piggy. Can also get rid of this bullshit. This is honestly the last ham axe we need to make for a while. kinda don't want to get humiliated by the eye again. Sand will fucking jump up and bite your face off, I swear to God. I also want to find some mushrooms. We require mushrooms for reasons and purposes. Also need some blink root. There is a life crystal nearby. And if there's just a whole fucking bunch of gold right there, then why not? So the thing of it is, I hate the clam. The clam terrifies me. I don't think I've ever had a good fight with the clam. I know that sounds like a fucking shit post, but it's true. So that crosses back into the desert. Well, we will also obviously want to go down there just in general. Because there's like prism shards and stuff. And stuff. My spears are too big. Maybe my sunken sea was just laid out really poorly on my first world, but, there is a life crystal around here, right? Oh, I bet it's down in the granity place. Something nice about the Victide armor that we're wearing is that it does actually allow for a longer underwater breath. Why did I think there was a granite place? I don't know. Losing my mind. Nobody could need that much topaz. Nobody. There was at least a granite elemental hanging around, so there must have been something. I really hate it when I don't get tungsten as my tier 3 ore. Tungsten is like so easily recognizable. I think it's also just statistically better. Imagine that. It pains me to get rid of a legendary item, but it's also a copper hammer, so get the fuck out. Help, my weapon is too big. Fucking Cloud catching his Buster Sword on the door, on the top of the door. Where is this life crystal of mystery? If only I had a Spelunker potion or something reasonable like that. You can actually make life crystals in this mod, but not until after you gain access to the dungeon. Aha! The reason for this no doubt being the fact that heart lanterns are useful articles. It's another 20 life for thy Cthulhu to rip off of me. The Desert Scourge is not like super fantastic at doing things when you're up real close. Unless, like, you need to pierce something, in which case, go hog wild. I forgot, we have this now. I will need to run some of this silt and slush through the extractinator later. Maybe off camera. Nobody wants to sit and watch me do that. It's like the world's most boring and depressing casino. I can't tell what's going on. If I really get into trouble with regards to air, I can just put on my sea crest. In fact... Worms suck so much! Barely even noticed that skeleton was there. Gotta find a cave system eventually. Just statistically speaking. Seems like we're gonna be underwater for a while. I'll just put that on. What if I could, like... Ah, that's the good shit. I'm gonna put the piggy in the piggy bank. This bookcase is coming with me. I already have one of these, don't I? Suspicious Eye is nice, means I don't have to make one for my own. Alright, looks like we have finally sort of meandered our way down into the sunken sea. That's a very unsubtle trap. Finally, a fucking magic mirror. I don't need these fucking recall potions anymore. Alright then. I guess when I'm done mining up some silver, it would certainly be a reasonable thing to do, to go die to a clam. That's just iron. This, however, is ruby, and I'm quite interested in ruby. Alright, who wants to see me fucking die to a clam? It's fine. Everything is fine. Alright, so, random explosive traps aside, the thing about the Sunken Sea is that it's a fairly placid biome. Most of the stuff in here won't actually attack you unless you attack it. Why am I still carrying that? What is wrong with me? Like, actually? Whatever. We may never know. Hello. Nice to see you. We can mine Navy Stone now. It's gonna take a while until quite a bit later, though. So, the resource of interest around here is the prism shards, which can be made into prismite, which can be made into other things that I don't remember off the top of my head. Let's fucking look it up. We're not in any danger here. Oh, it's just sea prism. Prismite is Minecraft. Oh, the seafoam bomb, right. That's actually, if I recall correctly, the seafoam bomb is a very powerful rogue weapon that we want. So I should be sure to pick up some crystal shards. And, of course, be on the lookout for clam. Calamity is a big ol' overhaul mod that adds a ton of stuff. Up to a lot of... I think there's like 3 separate underwater areas if you're into that sort of thing. I kinda am. That's part of the reason why I like it so much. Tons of armor sets, post-Moonlord progression stuff. Some entirely like new basic mechanics and the whole rogue class. It has a lot. And I am adding a lot to my life. I have to say, this is overall quite a bit more friendly than the world gen I got in my first playthrough. Right, there's these like, prism shard, it's a clam. It's still being a small clam though. There's like these prism shard cores that have both the shards and the actual like sea prism. Where? My nemesis arrives. Oh, come the fuck on. Get out of there, you stupid asshole. I'm gonna pick on this smaller clam until you come out and stop being ridiculous. Completely unacceptable. Why? Okay, got him mad at me. Thank God. So this is the only thing that the clam does in normal mode. He spawns small clam in great numbers, and he tries to drop on you. Provided you have some room to maneuver, he's really not that big of a deal. If you have no room to maneuver, though, he's actually kind of terrifying. Because he does a lot of damage. He does the damages, and so do his little buddies. Please go away and die. Oh, right, that was... When he goes dark like that, that is the clam spawning. New record! Great! Inside the clam, there was a man. He sells some things. The sand dollar might actually be kind of nice. Alright, well. You can't really see him very well because the lighting is poor. But he's like a seahorse person. While I am here, I think I will just dig down into the gooey center and get some sea prism. Thank you for the follow, Modern Plays. Everything in here takes forever to mine. If you need a renewable source of prism shards, I think they actually grow on Navy Stone naturally, and you can also kill the crystal backs down there if you're some sort of monster. Oh yeah, and this is the boss log. It's pretty nice. Helps you keep track of what you've done and what you haven't done. I almost said doven't, and that's not a word. It's just not. It's not a word. Well, I've been going for 5 hours, haven't I? Alright, that's fine. That clam is just terribly put upon. Alright, I feel in my bones that this is probably enough sea prism for our purposes. Don't know why he hasn't moved in yet, but better safe than sorry. Don't know why it was not letting me put it up there. Maybe because it's over the music box? Move, music box. I guess that was it. Just put it over here. Alright, our storage situation is now immeasurably better. Is fossil armor better than this armor? Probably not. There was a lot of rebalancing that sort of went into a lot of the items in this mod, so that they're a little bit optimized better. I feel like at one point I had bombs. I do have bombs. Alright, well, it's not infinite knives, but infinite bombs is pretty good too. Alright, so I guess the question is, I think the spear might be better against the eye because it has more range. And piercing, so it goes through the minions. The minions. Love to loot all. Just put that up there for now. This counts as a crafting station, so it can go there. Why am I still carrying this? What is actually wrong with me? We didn't find any mushrooms, though. That was a little disappointing. I guess I'll have to keep looking. Oh, if you talk to Amidius, who is the Seahorse Man, and choose Help, he will give you his blessing, which lets you breathe underwater for as long as you don't get hit. So in my case, it doesn't do anything. Actually nothing. There's a lot of emphasis in this game about not getting, well, this mod. In the normal game, you can actually tank shit like a champ if you want. But in this mod, there's a lot of emphasis on not getting hit. Bunny, please. There's a lot of emphasis on not getting hit. It's present in the adrenaline mechanic, it's present in this mechanic, it's present in a lot of mechanics. Such as the final bosses of the game do like 500 damage on contact. It hurts so bad. Granted, you can go above the usual maximum of health because it's a mod. But not that far above. hate those little bits of the wall that get stuck out because my hand is unsteady. If I am correct in my presumptions, we will get kind of a flood of NPCs after we beat the eye. So I'm just gonna start expanding now. If you don't understand my genius architectural style, that's fine, neither do I. I do wonder what they're gonna do with 1.4 with this mod. There's a lot that's changed. Like biome preferences and stuff. The whole journey mode thing. Why did I do that? I feel like I'm losing my mind. So the overall goal with this construction is to build the Giga Quad. It will not necessarily be quad, but it will be Giga. Probably won't be Terra. I don't have that much space on my hard drive. Suitable housing. Ah, I figured it was about time. Well, I'm sort of caught with my pants down here. Don't really have any buffs. But I do have better shit, so... hopefully that will be the difference. These don't have as much of an arc as I thought they did. I'll slime him. I'll slime him. Don't touch me. What did I just say? Like, it's not just me, right? This does look a little hard. Fine. Everything's fine. Okay, so the Eye of Cthulhu is now dead. And we get a couple of him... You know, probably didn't need to have this equipped. Whatever, it's menacing. I got the 4% damage. It's totally fucking worth. Alright, so we got a couple things from that fight. First one being this, the Alchemist Charm. This is part of the AlchemistNPClite mod, and it's one I'm not as familiar with. It's mostly just about making potions less of a fiddly pain in the ass. I have a low chance not to consume a potion. It also increases buff duration by 10%. Of course, we also have the treasure bag. Treasure bag, treasure bag. We get the Crimchain ore, as usual. We get the Shield of Cthulhu, as usual. But we also get this, the Counter Scarf. It's not very useful to us because, well, we're not melee. But if we were, this would be extremely useful. The shield gives you the dash. That's kind of it. It's the dash. Everybody loves the dash. I guess that means he sells apprentice bait now. Golden squirrel. Check it out, I spray painted this fucking squirrel. The eye also drops some victory shards if you need some of those. Uh, 5.5 hours, and we just beat a fairly major boss. How about we wait for some of the new NPCs to come in and then we'll stop for the night? Now, if you were a sensible person, you might think, well, we have Crimtane, shouldn't we make some Crimson armor? And to that I say, no. Absolutely not, you fucking imbecile. We're going to make Crimtane storage upgrades, because that's what's really fucking important. Applying these to your previously extant storage containers increases their capacity. So now we're at 107 out of 240 items, and we have much less danger of running out of space. But it is still ever present, and we must be vigilant. There's probably some other shit you can do with Crimtane ore. I don't really know. I mean, I do know. I fucking played this game. And the flesh catcher is actually probably pretty good. Rogue. Roguish accessories. Toofball. Alrighty, so with the eye down, we obviously need to make some more living space. Okay, it's no longer nighttime, so my super night vision has gone away. Put that in there. I think there's like 3 different NPCs, maybe even 4. There's a lot right now that could spawn in and make our lives better. Hopefully some of them will do this. Probably didn't need to make 4 doors. Like, for certain, the Dryad should be knocking at any moment now. That's just vanilla shit. Come on. Come on. Suitable. It's all suitable. Always was. I guess what we do in the meantime is we go over and dick around in the Crimson, maybe? I don't know. Why aren't they spawning? I'm a little nervous. A watched NPC never spawns, I guess. There's the Dryad. Okay. Alright, so, the Dryad now sells some stuff, including suspicious-looking eyes and slime crowns, just in case you want some. She also sells nature's gifts, which is nice for not having to go comb the jungle for them. And, of course, the ever-popular planters. Of course, given that we have access to buying wood blocks from the architect, probably not needed, actually. Crimson is a long fucking way away. I'm making thinking noises. Oh shit, I completely forgot. We have good reason to go out and, check out check out the Sulphur Sea again. I was too busy thinking about those NPCs. I think the Seafoam Bomb might just be better. Alright, there's the Alchemist. He is an important fellow in this particular modification to the video game. He sells basically all the fixings for potions. Of course, they are a little expensive. So I think for the time being it's probably better to perhaps start an herb garden with the planter boxes. We could have technically done that at any point, but I don't like doing it with dirt. God, we didn't find any staffs of regrowth, but we didn't explore the jungle very much. Sorry, I was looking at the dungeon, so I thought it was the dungeon. Words are really hard. Why is that? I almost had a good idea. Enemies in the Crimson will still rip my face off if I am not careful, and I'm not being careful at all. What's the old saying? Don't get cocky, kid? Oh, I don't want to hit that at all. Please go away. The brewer is more or less the counterpart to the alchemist. She will sell, more exotic potions. Oh, I guess it hasn't started yet. When you beat the Eye of Cthulhu, something happens over here and you can start getting acid rain spawns, which is a little event. It's kind of important for rogues. Well, maybe important's a little bit of an overstatement, but it's nice. There are many people. But I had many bombs, so it's fine. Carrying all this money around is actually making me very nervous. Save me, piggy! The jeweler is another new NPC who sells some interesting quality of life stuff. Basically, the whole point of the Alchemist mod is that you can turn your money into stuff, so you don't have to farm so much. Or you can still farm, just it's more universal. Christ alive. Okay. We finally made it. I think I'm probably gonna start setting up an arena for the brain. Or maybe I'll just cry. Why so many? I got complacent. I thought my platform would protect me, but it didn't. I'm gonna kill that, aren't I? I need to not. I just said that I need to not. See, if I kill that, then a boss will spawn that I'm not really ready for. I'm not really ready for the eye. I mean the brain. Probably not the eye either, if my previous performance was anything to go by. I'm not ready for literally anything. On the bright side, when you're in the Crimson, the arena kind of makes itself. You just need to add some platforms and you'll probably be fine. It's a little skinny, but we'll live. That was unnecessary of me, and I apologize to that goldfish. Ah, right, okay. Can't quite do it. I always forget where it all is on like the pickaxe tier list. Is meteor more or less? I didn't bring any bombs with me. Shh. Darn. Darn, darn, darn. Oh well, that's for next time. It's for next time. I think for now I need a break. I say as I just, you know, keep killing enemies. It's fine. Leaving. Leaving, 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 leaving. I hope all of you have a very pleasant evening, or morning, or wherever it is where you are. I do not know. It is not my place. Thank you all for tuning in. And maybe we'll get back to this. I'm not sure if I'll do it tomorrow or Monday. To Monday, as I was about to say, because my brain just doesn't work. I'll think about it. But for now, oh god. I am trying to do my fucking outro. Jesus Christ, I'm leaving. Goodbye. I hate demon eyes.